Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan.
Honorable Professor Dr. I.R. Paiman, MP, as Director of Universitas PGRI Yogyakarta.
Honorable Professor Roberto Araya, PhD, as the first speaker of this international seminar.
Honorable Dr. Ave Mary P. Gunudia as the second speaker of this international seminar.
Honorable Dr. Yun Pinky as the third speaker of this international seminar.
Honorable Dr. Krista Chai Somsaman as the fourth speaker is this international seminar.
Honorable Dr. Rinadia Rahmawati as the fifth speaker of this international seminar.
And all distinguished participants.
In organizing this international seminar, we collaborated with several universities, namely Mariano Marcos State University, Philippines, University of Antique, Philippines, Northern Iloilo State University, Philippines, and Universidad de Chile, Chile,
National Taipei University of Education Taiwan, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Universitas PGRI Ronggolawe Tuban, dan juga Universitas Muhammadiyah Magelang.
First of all, let us express our gratitude to God Almighty for His blessings so we can gather here today in International Seminar 2026 in good condition without any obstacles.
Before we begin the event, please allow me, Fitria Ika Aryasmida and
Aishka Intania,
the Master of Ceremony, to read the agenda for today's seminar entitled Advancing Educational Innovation Through Creative, Cultural, and Religious Value for Inclusive and Resilient Generation.
The agenda for today is as follows. First, opening. Second, singing the national anthem of Indonesia Raya. Third, remark from Chief of Committee. Fourth, remark from Rector of UPY. Fifth, documentation session. Sixth, main session. And seventh, closing.
We will begin the first agenda, which is the opening. Before we begin this International Seminar 2026, let us take a moment to pray according to our respective religion and belief. Solid. Thank you.
The second agenda is singing national anthem Indonesia Raya. All participants are kindly requested to stand up. Thank you. Please be seated.
Next, we will have a speech from Chief of Committee. We would like to invite Taufik Muhtarom MPD PhD to deliver welcoming remarks.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector of UPY, Professor Dr. Insinyur Paiman MP, and also academic leader of Universitas PGRI Yogyakarta, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Education of UPY, Dr. Esti Setiawati, also the distinguished keynote speaker from Chile, Professor Roberto Araya from University of Chile. From Indonesia, we have Dr. Rina Diah Rahmawati from UPY, also Professor Yun Pinke from National Taipei University of Education, Taiwan. Also from Philippines, Dr. Ave from Northern Iloilo State University, Philippines. Also from Thailand, Dr. Krisat Chai, Maker Jam Director, Audrey Jimun Creative Space, Thailand. Also the honorable co-hosts, we have co-hosts from overseas, Universidad de Chile, National Taiwan University of Education, Taiwan, Mariano Marcos State University, Philippines, and Northern Iloilo State University, Philippines. Also the co-hosts from the domestic Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Universitas PGRI Ronggolawe Tuban, Universitas Muhammadiyah Magelang, and all the respected presenter, lecturer, teacher, and dear participant. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great honor and privilege to welcome you to the International Conference on Primary Education, or we call it Icope, hosted by Universitas PGRI Yogyakarta. This year, we proudly carry the themes Advancing Educational Innovation Through Creativity, Cultural Religious Values for Inclusive and Resilient Generation. This conference is designed as a platform for scholars, educators, and practitioners from diverse backgrounds to exchange ideas, share risk finding, and collaboratively explore innovation approach in primary education. We believe that integrating creativity, cultural richness, and religious value plays a crucial role in shaping inclusive and resilient future. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to report that this conference has received an enthusiastic response from both national and also international communities. A total of 80 presenters have registered and submit their papers, representing contribution from both domestic and international participants. In addition, we are delighted to welcome approximately 446 participants, consisting of student, lecturer, and also teacher who have joined us in this academic forum. Furthermore, we are deeply honored to have 5 distinguished keynote speakers from 5 different countries: Indonesia, Taiwan, the Philippines, Thailand, also Chile. Their expertise and insight will adaptively enrich our perspective and broaden our understanding of global educational practices. For today's program, the conference will be conducted in 2 main sessions. The morning session will feature presentation from our esteemed keynote speakers. Meanwhile, in the afternoon session at 1 p.m., we will have a parallel presentation from active selected presenter, which will be organized into 7 breakout rooms. Although this conference is conducted virtually through Zoom meeting, but we are truly encouraged by the high level of enthusiasm and participation shown by all the attendees. This demonstrates our shared commitment to advancing education despite geographical and technological boundaries. Ladies and gentlemen, we sincerely hope that this conference will provide meaningful academic contribution, foster international collaboration, and also inspire innovative practice in primary education. Before concluding my remarks, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all keynote speakers, all presenters, all participants, also all the co-hosts for this today international conference, and all the friends of organizing committee, lecturer, also student, for your valuable contribution and support in making this event possible. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Taufik Muhtaram MPD PhD for the remark. Next, we will have a speech from the Rector of UBY. We would like to invite Professor Dr. Ir Paiman MP to deliver welcoming remark.
Oke, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Honorable Head and the Elementary School Teacher Education Study Program, Dr. Ina Diah Rahmawati MPD, Dear Chairman of the Committee, International Conference of Primary Education 2026, Taufik Muhtaram MPD PhD. Dear Speaker, Professor Roberto Arayam PhD from University of Chile. Dr. Ape Mari P. Genodia from Northern Ilo State University, Philippines. Professor Dr. Yungping G. from National Taipei, Universitas of Education, Taiwan. Dr. Chris Sachai Saman from Maker Jam Director, Regiment Creative Space, Thailand. Dr. Ina Diah Ramawati, MBD from Universitas PCRI Yogyakarta. Respect academic, researcher, education practitioners from various countries and all participant International Conference of Primary Education 2026. First all of, let us express our praise and gratitude to God Almighty, for by His grace and blessings we are able to gather in this meaningful science forum in good health and full of enthusiasm to share ideas and experience. On behalf of the university leadership, I extend my warmest welcome and deepest appreciation to all participants who have attended this international conference, both in person and online. Your presence demonstrates our shared commitment to advancing basic education meets increasingly complex global challenges. The theme of our conference this year, Advancing Education, Innovation through Creative, Cultural, and Religious Value for Inclusive and Resilient Generation. It is highly relevant and strategic. The world of education today faces rapid change from technological development and social dynamic to global challenges such as the environmental crisis and unequal access to education. In this context, basic education plays a fundamental role. It is here that the foundation of character, way of thinking, and life value are built. Therefore, innovation in education cannot simply focus on technological aspect of our learning method. It must also be rooted in creative, cultural, and religious value that constitute in the national identity and strengths. Creativity in basic education isn't only about producing something new, but also about developing critical, imaginative, and solution-oriented thinking skill in students. Children need to be given space to explore, ask questions, and find meaning in their learning process. Equally important, religious values serve as a moral and spiritual foundation that guides student attitude and action. Education that instills religious value in an inclusive manner will shape a generation that isn't only intellectually intelligent but also processes integrity, compassion, and social responsibility. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially declare the International Conference on Primary Education 2026 open. Thank you for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan.
The next agenda is documentation sessions, which will be guided by the committee. We kindly request all participants and our distinguished keynote speakers to please turn on the cameras. Baik, untuk para peserta dan keynote speakers dimohon untuk membuka kameranya karena akan diadakan sesi dokumentasi. Terima kasih. One, two, three. Next slide. Next slide. 1, 2, 3. Next slide. 1, 2, 3. Next slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next slide. Please turn on the camera. 1, 2, 3. Next slide. 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 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. The next agenda is the main session, which will be guided by our moderator, Dr. Nafisah. Before that, I will read the brief profile of our moderator today. Dr. Nafisah was born in Yogyakarta. She's schooling at Bantul, Yogyakarta, from kindergarten to senior high school. Dr. Nafisah pursued her master's degrees in Department of Applied Linguistics at Yogyakarta State University. She later completed her doctoral program in language education at Yogyakarta State University in January 2026. Dr. Nafisah is a lecturer in English Education Department, Universitas PGRI Yogyakarta. She is interested in teaching English as foreign language, language performance, and education as well. She is actively engaged in academic focusing on innovative English language teaching methods, including the use of technology and digital media language instruction. Without taking much time, I would like to invite Dr. Nafisa as our moderator to lead the plenary session today.
Okay, thank you very much for our beloved MC for leading the seminar smoothly. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed speakers, and respected participants. How are you today? Okay, then I hope all of you doing good today. And well, firstly, as mentioned by the MC, I'm Nafisa Indati. I am from Universitas BGRI Yogyakarta, Indonesia. It's an honor for me to serve as the moderator of this international seminar, Advancing Educational Innovation through Creative, Cultural, and Religious Values for Inclusive and Resilient Generations. Okay, honorable speakers and participants, now we are living in the era of digital technology. The use of AI is becoming increasingly widespread in various aspects in our lives, especially education. Then today's seminar will discuss about it, and the seminar will be divided into two sessions. The first session will be the presentation from two keynote speakers, which will then be followed by a question and answer session. Then the second session will also the presentation from three keynote speakers also will be followed with the question and answer session. I do hope that you enjoy and the taking benefit from this seminar. Now we proceed to one of the most important sessions of this seminar. It is my honor to introduce our keynote speakers today. The first is Professor Roberto Araya, PhD from the University of Chile. Dr. Ave Marie Genodia, Chairperson of Bachelor of Elementary Education, Northern Iloilo State University, Philippines. Dr. Yoon Bin Ke, Associate Professor, International Master's Program of Learning and Instructions, National Taipei University of Education, Taiwan. And Dr. Kritsachai Somsaman, he is the Maker Jam Director of Regimen Creative Space, Thailand. And the last one is Dr. Rina Diah Rahmawati, SSI MPD from PGSD FKIP Universitas BGRI Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Well, I'm sure they will share valuable insights on educational innovation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our first keynote speaker today is Professor Roberto Araya, PhD. He is a full professor at the Institute of Education at the University of Chile. He holds a PhD in electrical engineering from the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA. He works in AI applications in education, training, and industry. He has obtained many international awards. One of them is appointed in 2025 as an honorary member of the Peruvian Association for Research in Mathematics Education, APINEMA. Okay. Roberto Araya, Prof. Roberto has advised and trained teachers for Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, SEAMEO, as we know, and the University of Tsukuba in Japan. He has also delivered teacher seminars on AI with coloring books for CMAO STEM ED, CMAO KITEP, and also CMAO REXAM. Yeah, he authors at the CMAO STEM ED Guidebook for Unplugged Computational Thinking. Okay, then, hello, Prof. Araya. Good morning, Prof. Araya.
Good morning, Dr. Nafisa. Can you hear me well? Can
Good
you hear
morning,
me?
Prof.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Okay,
Prof. Yes.
okay.
Okay, good morning, Prof.
Good morning. For me, it's good evening, good night, but good
Okay,
morning.
yeah. Okay, in Chile, it's evening, yeah, Prof. Yeah. Yeah, good evening, Prof.
Good evening. So,
Yeah.
yes,
Okay,
wherever
can
you,
you hear me, Prof?
yes, I can hear you very well.
Okay, it's really nice to meet you, Prof. How are you, Prof?
I'm very good, I'm very happy and also honored to be in the International Conference on Primary Education. So thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, without further delay, Prof, you have 25 minutes to present your slides. And
Okay,
now, yeah, and now the board is yours.
okay, so I'm gonna share my okay, yeah, okay. So, all right. Can you see my slides?
Yes, Prof.
Okay, so first I want to thank you, Dr. Wayuri, that has invited me here. I've been working with Dr. Wayuri several years already. And also would like to thank you, Dr. Paiman, Director of the university, and Dr. Mutaram, that for inviting me for this conference. So I'm going to talk about fostering creativity with values. So it's creativity and values, and using coloring books and AI. Okay, so that kind of doesn't advance. I don't know. Okay, here. So I'm going to talk 4 points. Why I'm going to talk about problem posing. Why is that? And then coloring books, A/B coloring books, then computational thinking, and then segregation as a value, something that we have tried to educate our kids to our new generations to avoid segregation and work together. So why problem posing? You know, intelligence is cognition is something is really challenging, but now with everybody connected to the internet, to big data centers, somehow we're downloading some of our cognition to all these data centers, and so here comes the big question, and because this is kind of a global domestic product, the economy it risk of decoupling human communities, capabilities, and values, and everything will be doing maybe by the machine. So this is the big shift that could relegate humanity to a passive role. So here the question is, and this is what some people call the curse of intelligence. So very intelligent machine, but where are we, human beings, our creativity, and our values? So this is the core challenges. What is then our core educational challenge? What should we teach, what is the kind we have to focus on. It's a big change, maybe bigger than the invention of the writing system. And so it's a big change. And so our duty now is try to think what we should teach to our students. And have to focus more on human agency, and that means creativity and human values. So I'm going to show in this presentation some strategies we are trying to push in focusing now more on creativity and human values. So I'm particularly focus on problem posing, because while solving problems is complex, a significantly greater challenge lies in problem posing. Means problem posing requires deeper conceptual mastery of the core ideas and higher creativity. So it's much more difficult to pose a problem than just to solve problem. Here, this is the last National Academies of the United States. They have like the National Academies of Engineering, of Science, and Medicine. They just produced recently, a couple of 2 months ago, in 2026, at the beginning of this year, they propose a new kind of curriculum for data computing for K-12 education. They say we need 7 new foundationals, competencies, 7 new. And the first one is problem posing, and problem solving. How do they define these competencies? They say students should learn to define a problem. So that's the creativity, to define a problem. So you have to find and define interesting problems. So that's a very important skill, and that's the first of the 7 foundational competencies according to the National Academies of the United States that we should try to introduce in our schools. Problem posing demands a continuous internal dialogue. You have to think with yourself what is really the question here behind. Second, you have to somehow do mental simulations. You can imagine different worlds, scenarios, and what are the main problems. And also, you have to solve multiple variants of the problem before posing. You're thinking in this way. Maybe it's too difficult. Maybe it's too complex. Maybe it's too simple, and then maybe it's unsolvable. So you have to. When you have to pose a problem, you have to go through all these steps. So that's very challenging. And according to the Academy of Sciences, that's what we should focus on now. Machine will solve problems. Machines will do a lot of things, but looking what are the main problems and being able to formulate them, that's something really human. And later on, we're going to touch also on values. So we have problems with human values. What are the main human values we have to work together? So that's a problem we want to pose. So this imagination, talking to yourself, normally when you try to pose a problem, you talk with your kind of inner voice. You talk maybe what you're thinking about, talking with maybe with your mother. What would she say about this problem? Or maybe talking with a friend, or maybe talking with another family member, or maybe talking with your teacher. You imagine all these things, these are your imagination, talking with all these inner voices. And then when you're talking with your mother, maybe you're talking with your mother, you're imagining your mother that she also is talking to you. So you have all this recursive thinking, and this is basically the problem when you have to pose a problem. It's very demanding. So the problem posing also provides a more comprehensive diagnosis of our students' cognitive process than just solving a problem. So also it's a good like a scanner of the mind, of the brain of our student. When they have to pose a problem, you have a much richer information of their understanding and the way of the thinking process. So that's something very rich also. And that's why it's something that as a teacher, we should try to promote and is really challenging, but also gives a lot of information, much more than multiple choice kind of questions. It's a very simple thing. Here is much richer, and there's something that we have to somehow learn how to teach with this strategy. So that's about problem posing. Now I'm going to talk about coloring books and how using something like that looks very simple, like coloring books, can help us to introduce problem posing in our primary schools. These are some books we have been working and developing. Color ideas book that you have to color somehow. And this idea from Comenius. Comenius in 1658 was the first one to realize that textbooks has to be different for children than for adults, and has to be more into sensalium and pictus, mean the world in senses, and this kind of thing. He didn't have color, but just black and white, but he introduced a lot of images and then the sensorial aspect in the teaching and the textbooks. And also we think we introduced the idea of, I'm going to talk about A and then B. A is the kids solve the problem, so see a structural problem, solve it already posed problem by the textbook of the teacher, and in B he has to pose kind of a similar problem, so with certain structure. For example, and this is basically a social learning. For example, here we are. This is a problem that we have been working recently. Says paint the object where the cone is hidden, and that made it red. So that Gia says, I left my cone in a book. I trust the sheep. Which book will be in? Also, you have these books here. But she trusts the sheep. But and pig says the cat is a liar. Oh, come on. And then the cat says, it's not near me. And I cannot read this here. And the duck says, the pig is a liar. Wow. And the sheep says, the duck is a liar. So here is a problem. And the kid have to understand this problem and trying to solve it. And here now, what happened with this? And I cannot move. And here now is, okay, it's another problem. Now it is posed by the kid. He has, using the structure, the student has posed a problem. He's reading here, he's reading a different problem for a peer. That's what we call it A, and this is B. So in A, it solves a problem, and in B, the student, she poses a problem to a classmate. The classmate will have to solve. This is what is here. It's not exactly there. It's something new. We have to measure creativity. We have to measure if this is clear. And so how the student pose the problem to to her classmate. And so now it's a relation between the student and the peer. So she has to think about, what is my other friends are thinking about to pose the problem. And she has to think that also the peer, the classmate also is maybe thinking about how to respond. So this, you have a full dialogues with her inner voices. In this case, the guilt, and also the boy has some inner voice. According to their talking, they are interchanging ideas, but every time they talk, they generate somehow some internal representation of what's going on, and so it's much richer. When you have a social learning and you're with this interaction. And this is something that in problem posing to another one and the other trying to solve will generate this much richer cognitive structure. Is a really network. We have been working this, and I've seen with Dr. Pritsa Shai and doctors from Thailand, and we're working with the University of Konkan and also with University of Tsukuba and CMU. We're developing the guidebook for operational thinking that have several examples of this coloring book and A-B structure. And here, this is some activities. This is A, done by Indonesian primary school kids that we have been working with Dr. Wulan from Sikkim here in Yogyakarta. And this is problem A, and these are problems B posed by Indonesian students in primary schools, in different schools, and they pose a problem, and a peer will solve the problem. So that's basically the idea. That's the B part. And so I'm going to show you some activities with several schools. With this structure we are done with Dr. Gulan Dari Danobroto from Kitep. And we started in 2024. Here are some schools working in these coloring books, and they're showing what they've done. It's another school. They're doing coloring, and they're doing problem A, and then pausing in problem B. Another school. They're showing their work. Another schools also. These all are primary schools. Here's another one. So we have plenty. We have been working for already 2 years with schools and doing these color activities. First solving the problem, then posing the problem to the peer. This activity here you can see about the book. They have to find where is her point. Here another schools. This is another using also with fractions, so it's kind of activities also with computational thinking and with fractions. So all of these are activities we have been working in, and we invite you to join and work together with Simio, with Sakim in introducing this. Something very simple, just requires pens, color pencils, and all these activities. Here are more. And this is other activities in other schools, plenty of schools. I don't have time to go in more in detail, but it's all kind of things that here she's explaining how she's solving this problem. Okay, so it's plenty of schools with activities. All these are the formal structure. Here, each kid, this is the structure of the lesson. They have to solve they have a sheet, and in part A, they have to color according to solving the problem coloring. And then they show to in all the classroom, and the teacher orchestrate this discussion about the solution. And in part B, now each kid pose a problem, give it to a peer, they interchange, the peer have to solve it, and then they share the whole class what they've been doing and discuss what they've been doing. So that's a coloring part. The computational thinking part, here again, we have the problem, yeah, and that I showed to you. And then the kid have to propose a problem to a peer. That's the white part. They have to pose this A, this part B. And you can see here, for example, this is computational thinking. This is what's called chain of thought, because the girl says, I left my coin in a book. I trust the ship. Which book will be in? So how do I solve it? So she trusts the ship. So now this gives you a hint. Oh, so we have to go to the ship, not to the other places. So and the ship says, the dog is a liar. Oh, so he is a liar. So we have to go to the dog is lying. But the dog says the pig is a liar. So I have to go to the pig. That's the way we have to go. And so if you trust this, and this is a liar, means the pig is telling the truth. And it says the pig says the cat is a liar, but he's saying the truth. So he is lying, and he's saying it's not near me, and then because he's lying, it should be on book 3. So we have this whole chain of thought. This is something that
You think?
Thailand, we have been working the same problem.
Okay. Oh, this is for think. Yeah,
And they
you
solve
see
this
it
problem. It
here.
is in Khon Kaen in Thailand.
Let me think. You have to think
And we have
carefully.
this
Yes,
puppet.
very good.
You have to think with yourself
I
before
stop.
solving. And here is also, we are showing to the students the big puppet to
Think.
introduce the idea of you have to think first and think to yourself.
Oh, what is your name? Puppet. 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 Okay, good. And go come here. We go to through the go to.
So it is
Think.
first have to think. So here is a problem now. Your computational thinking, we have this Rob is a big, small robot advances with one square unit using the commands for these arrows for up and down, right, left, and diagonal. And so somehow you have Rob start at the top left. So top left. He paints red each point, each position he passes through while following this commands. So that's something the kids have to, it's a problem they have to solve this problem. And painting, yeah, if you start here and you follow this command, this would be the first position, yeah, and then you have first position, then you have to do this one, then this one 3 times, then you have to go to this one, and then you have to go diagonal. So that's the solution they have to solve. They have in the problem. So this is the problem that they have to pose, and they pose problem to their peers, similar kind of problems like this. That's very simple. You can do it in your paper, color, and pose to a friend something similar. And we have done this with first, second grade students, and they like it, and then they have to pose a problem to a peer. The peer have to solve it. Maybe you using different commands with this arrow, maybe you can draw something interesting if you okay. So now we'll go to segregation. Now to go to the values. So it's somehow, how can we use this to some of the biggest problems we have? We tend to segregate, people of different color and ethnic roots. We live different of them, different languages. So what can we do? How can we understand this problem? That's the thing and how this could help to this problem in order to trust other people that are different from you. So this is the case of problem posing segregation. Here we have again, this is like the board where everybody lives. And so we have this following command. The command says, okay, randomly place 40 red agents and 40 blue agents in different positions of the board. That's what the student have to do. So oh, okay. Okay. And then on each turn, swap all blue agents that are surrounded vertically, horizontally, or diagonally by more than 50% of the adjacent red neighbors. So if you are blue and you are surrounded by majority of red, then you have to jump to any place that is not occupied, any place at random. And then swap all the red agents that are surrounded by more than 50% of the adjacent blue neighbor, then you have to jump. So somehow this is like a human behavior. If you feel that you in your neighborhood you are different, then you will move to another place. Whatever, it's randomly, whatever. So that's the computational thinking idea. So here you have a randomly all of the blue and the red, 40 red, 40 blue, and they color this, and then they have to start moving, each one, then each turn. And after each turn, you will see that they move to other places, For example, this one, let's say this one here is surrounded by red, so he's not comfortable. Maybe he will jump somehow. This one also is surrounded by red, and this ray is surrounded by blue, majority blue of the neighborhood. So maybe he will jump. So let's see what happened. Let's say what happened with this one. Okay, so he jumped there, and to any other place. So and all the other agents also jumped. He jumped. But no, again, he's surrounded by red. So maybe next time he will also jump. Okay, he jump again, but now he's there. He's not in a good position because every time he jump in to a different random place that is not busy, and then he jump again. Now he's there. No, and what you will see after several of these, you will see that you have a group of blue ones. So it's a neighborhood of only blue ones, a neighborhood of mostly red ones, and then you produce this segregation. So somehow if we don't trust our neighborhoods because they are different from us, the natural mechanism this will produce that we will segregate. And finally we will get something like this. So these small examples, a coloring activity example with activity, and then the kids pose a similar problem to their peer, they could try to understand and start understanding the segregation society, and that comes of a lack of trust of people that are different from us. If we are surrounded with people different from us, we tend to just go to other places. That is a basic mechanism, basic computational thinking mechanism, how we behave. And then we have to
Sorry, Prof. Prof. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, you have about 3 minutes more.
Oh, 3 minutes. Okay. Okay. So you have to learn to trust in peers, in our classmates, but also trust in strangers. That's the most difficult part. And so what we have seen an activity for primary school students, coloring activity, where kids learn somehow the mechanism. Why is that produces segregation? We have different part of the city, people talking for different languages or different ethnic or religious, origin. This is something we have to work and understand, and so work on these values. So we have seen this problem with intelligence. We have, down low, or using the machine for all this reasoning. That's good, but somehow we have to use it creatively also for promoting values like this trust in strangers. So cooperational thinking that support teachers in their mission to transform a passive intelligence into active ethical innovation using coloring and AI to foster human creativity and a deep understanding of cooperation between us, trust between us, particularly with the strangers, and find these ethical meanings. So that's basically what I wanted to share with you, that we can do creativity, we can use technology and even coloring books to introduce these values with these kind of examples. And this is something we've been working with, similar with Sekim, with Dr. Gulan, and also with Simolek in Jakarta, in introducing these very simple and practical ideas, but also we've been with the help of AI to try to understand what the students are posing and helping the teacher to analyze what the students are posing and helping the teacher to orchestrate more active lesson using these coloring books and using the ideas the students are generating. Okay, thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for Prof. Araya for the enlightening presentation and meaningful insights. Yeah, he shared about computational thinking. Yeah, and well, the use of AI also for teacher. Yeah, especially teachers of primary school. Is that right, Prof?
Yeah, these kind of activities we have been doing in primary schools, as I show in the videos of in Indonesia, all that's from first grade up to sixth grade.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Prof. And please stay, Prof, because after this we have one other keynote speaker, and then followed with a question and answer session.
Great. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
then.
Thank you, Dr. Nafisa.
Yeah, you're welcome, Prof. Okay, then we come to the next or the second speaker of this seminar. The second speaker is Dr. Ave Marigenodia. Yeah. Dr. Ave is Doctor of Philosophy, Science Education from Capiz State University, Pontevedra campus, 2004 to present. She earned her doctoral degree also in philosophy and instructional leadership, general science from Iloilo State University of Fisheries, Science and Technology. And also she earned her master in instructional leadership, general science, Iloilo State University also, and to 2012 to 2016. And she is she loves dancing, yeah, and ICT literate, and also she is a public elementary school teacher, yeah, in Dipet Pototan 1, and her main campus is BEED Core Faculty, College of Education, Northern Iloilo State University, Philippines. And well, good morning, Prof. Dr. Ave Mari.
Good morning, Madam Moderator. Am I audible?
Yeah, how are you today, Dr. Ave Mari?
I'm fine, although the weather here in the Philippines is some kind of hot. We are experiencing
Yeah.
high index here in the Philippines. I do hope we share the same sentiment there in Indonesia. Since last year, I've been there for a month during our exchange programs in that specific university, the UPY. So
Yes.
thank you so much for the concern, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. It's also hot in Yogyakarta, Indonesia, the same with you.
Nothing changed.
Okay. Yeah, today Dr. Afe would like to send us insightful knowledge on digital exposure to young learners. Is that right, Dr. Afe?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So without further delay, let's warmly welcome Dr. Afe Mari. The board is yours. You have about 25 minutes, Doctor?
Yeah, sure. That is well noted, madam. Sure. Oops. Is my screen visible, ma'am? Okay, thank you so much.
Yes.
So, before anything else, I would like to greet everyone a pleasant morning. I would like also to extend my gratitude to Dr. Paiman, Director of the UPY, as well as my gratitude and congratulations also to Dr. Mutarom for this initiative. This is really a success for me, although we are just starting with this program. To my fellow keynote speakers, distinguished educators, colleagues, as well as fellow advocates of quality education, Salamat pagi. Did I say it correct, Dr. Mutarom?
Yes, of course. Yeah. Selamat pagi.
It's good morning, right? So I do hope I wasn't able to forgot all the things I have learned during my stay there in UPY last year. So again, I would like to formally introduce myself. I am Dr. Ave Marie P. Henodia from Northern Iloilo State University, and it is both my honor as well as privilege to speak before you today. And I do hope I could give some valuable insights regarding teaching primary education, because I do chose this topic titled Attention and Digital Exposure in Primary Education, Navigating Opportunity and Destruction, which is not just timely and relevant here in my country, but it is really urgent. So because in today's classrooms, maybe not just here in the Philippines, but maybe experienced by other countries, not just in Southeast Asia, but I think globally, we are no longer just teaching content. This is not just about traditional or conventional teaching, but we need to adjust or to somehow adopt ourselves as educators with the trend of the generation nowadays. We are teaching in a world where attention, especially in the primary education, that is under constant attack, given that primary education or primary learners ranging from grade 1 to grade 3, they have a very low attention span. That is why it's very important that we need to educate ourselves how to teach and how to get the attention of the learners, because without attention, we know that there will be no learning. So the topic is all about the attention and the digital exposure in primary education, how digital exposure shapes attention and learning in young learners nowadays. So let me begin my presentation with a simple yet powerful question. I do hope we have here audience such as educators and future educators, or I may say pre-service teachers. When was the last time your students were fully focused for 10 minutes? I know this is somehow applicable only for primary educator or primary learners, but there are things that in college, focus and attention is also a concern. But since we are dealing with primary educators or primary learners rather, 10 minutes is very long. Given that primary learners, usually they have this attention span, according to some research, ranging from 5 to 10. But nowadays, in this generation, based on my observation during our deployment, 5 is more than enough. Sometimes it has 3 minutes. Now, within that 3 minutes, it's very challenging for us teachers how to get their attention in order for us to inculcate learning. So this is not just partially about listening, not just multitasking, but truly focused on engaged, deep thinking. So if you are honest, this moment is becoming increasingly rare. There is a rare moment that we could get the attention of our learners within 10 minutes. And that is the reality that we must remediate ASAP. So today's learners are growing in a radically different environment. So they are digital natives. They have constant stimulation, or they are constantly stimulated, accustomed to multitasking, and they often struggling with a sustained attention. So instead of doing their homework, they will play Roblox first, because after playing Roblox, they will do their assignments whatsoever. So technology has not only changed what our learners or our students learn, it has also changed how their minds process information. That's the reason here in the Philippines, we could not compare our generation during our time that we are in elementary with the present generation now in the primary education or in the elementary level, because different mindset, different generation. So as a present teacher in the elementary, we need to be flexible. How are we going to handle this kind of learners? So this observation was supported by a research that is according to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development in 2023, 1 in 3 students reports being distracted by digital devices during lessons. This is somehow applicable maybe in school or at home. Many students or learners acknowledge that this distraction affects their academic performance. This is not just anecdotal, but this is a global evidence. This is not just common here in our country, but I think it's also common in other parts of the world. So let us ground ourselves in a fundamental truth. Let's focus on this. Let's return to the basic that attention is the gateway to learning. Because without attention, there is no comprehension. Without comprehension, there is no memory. And without memory, there is no meaningful learning. And when attention declines, it is directly proportional with learning. It will also decline. So as a future educator and as an educator as well, we need to equip this understanding within ourselves that we need to get the attention first, or we need to prepare our learners to focus first before we ingest learning. Because if they are not focused, whatever kind of strategy or innovation, whether it is meaningful or not, those will be pointless if they don't have focus or attention. We also need to remember or to consider the environment our learners are exposed to or immersed. So they are immersed mostly on fast scrolling, constant notifications, instant gratification, that makes them hype sometimes because of those gratifications they receive online, and they have continuous multitasking. Because multitasking, to be honest, I was able to adopt multitasking when I'm already in my 30s, in which I'm employed already. So how much more if primary learners do such multitasking? Are they ready for that? So these are not neutral conditions, but they are environments designed to capture attention, but cannot sustain it. So this leads to significant effects in their cognitive aspect. So if constant digital environment were exposed to, or this digital environment were exposed to learners, this will lead to significant cognitive effect. First is they may engage in task switching, but that is not deep thinking. It's not a long-term memory for them. They experience cognitive overload to the point that they will just stop thinking, and then they will just rely on digital tools or online platforms, and their ability to sustain concentration weakens. They cannot focus. Instead, they will just not into reading anymore, but they will just rely mostly on digital tools. In other words, technology is training the brain for speed, while education requires depth. Although we need technology, later on I will have that kind of slide, but this time I'm not questioning technology, okay? I'm just giving that attention is very important, and attention is being robbed from us by technology. Aside from cognitive, I think we also have a social impact of digital environment, in which it goes beyond academics. So excessive digital exposure can lead to reduced face-to-face interaction. Instead of talking with their classmates or their seatmates, they just involve themselves or immerse themselves in technology or in gadgets. It lowers emotional regulation. They cannot control their emotions sometimes. They are very silent, but deep inside, they are struggling something until they just erupt all of a sudden. Weaker collaboration skills. There is no socialization. There is no such thing as collaborating or brainstorming with others because there is a less socialization if there is a digital environment. And for me as an educator, this is very critical since learning, especially in primary education, is more on deep socialization. Honestly, here in the Philippines, we have this kind of curriculum we call 8-week curriculum. 8-week curriculum because it composed of 2 months before this upon the start of the classes. There will be no proper learning of literacy, numeracy, and whatsoever subjects. But learners in grade 1, they will experience that 8-week curriculum in which they are immersed in the socialization, getting to know each other, the school facilities. They were exposed to different areas in the school. And then sometimes they do have this kind of nap hour or power nap in which after lunch or afternoon break, they will sleep or they will have a short nap. And then after that, they will do another engagement activity or engaging activity. So as part of that curriculum, it is believed by some educators and the curriculum makers that primary learners or primary learners from grade 1 or from kinder, they need to expose themselves socially first before dig in with the academics. But sometimes because of digital environment, they tend not to be overwhelmed with that kind of curriculum. So that's one of the dilemma of teachers teaching grade 1, even kinder. Another critical issue of digital environment is time displacement, in which the more time students spend on screens, the less time they spend on, which is very important in my end as a teacher, reading. They don't read anymore. Books are already obsolete in their perspective. They also tend to play physically. There's no playing outside because during our time we used to play in the street, we used to play with our classmates, but nowadays there are several children playing outside the school ground because they are tend to play more with gadgets instead of playing with their classmates, and they tend to spend less in doing their homework because upon arriving home they will just have to use their cell phones. They play first. They have procrastination already, that kind of attitude that is very rampant or very common in adult. But then at that age, they are procrastinating that I'll just do my assignment later. I will just have to finish building my the one in the Minecraft, their Roblox, or the worst part is the Mobile Legend. So those were the things they tend to do first before doing their homework. So let us remember as an educator that time is finite and something is always being replaced. So if they tend to give more time on gadgets instead of doing reading, playing, and doing their homework, they will not be able to return that time. So it must be not just the obligation of the teacher alone, but together with the family or the parents, that they need to educate and tend to teach our children, our primary learners, that they have less time or they cannot return that time spent with digital or gadgets instead of doing what is right for their learning. Yet, however, I'm not questioning here the technology because this is our way of living already. And without technology, of course, we could not surpass several successful performances. But there should be a balance. So I'm just trying to make this clear that technology is not the enemy, okay? So according to research, there should be a balanced relationship between technology and of course with learning. We need to use that moderately in order to have positive outcomes, and excessive use will lead sometimes to negative outcomes. Honestly, here in the Philippines, one of the senator proposed a law for banning the use of cell phone in school, but with moderation. I mean, they could still use cell phones as long as it's part of the lesson, part of the activity with the permission of the teacher. But if it's not, the banning of the cell phone or the use of cell phone is released already for dissemination and implementation. And I think I was able to read a article, I just forgot the country, that they really eradicate cell phone or digital tools in their schools. Okay. And when used effectively, technology can be an opportunity. So it enhances engagement, of course, it gets the interest of the learners, it supports differentiated learning because other learners are varied. They have different learning styles. So it could really accommodate the differentiated learning among our students. It provides also access to global knowledge for us to be aware some of the latest trend that may be useful or applicable in our situation. It can really be a powerful ally rather in education. But when misused, it can be a distraction. It is a source of interruption, a driver of multitasking, and a barrier for deep learning. So let's just be um let's just be somehow wise in using technology. How much more if we're going to give this idea or apply this to our learners in the primary level? So we may face a paradox, although the same tool can enhance learning, that can also undermine it. So we should not allow that we are being corrupted by technology, but we need to control technology, especially in dealing that or using that with our elementary learners. So the real issue here is that students are not being taught how to manage their attention. We give them devices, but we do not teach them discipline. So sometimes this topic might be also applicable to parents because parents, although the students or the learners were in school for, let's say, an 8 hour or 10 hours, but most of the time we also have our attention or time at home. So maybe this is not just for the teachers, but as well as to parents. We expose them to information, but we do not teach them how to focus. We give them their leisure or their wants, but are we really giving them the right decision for us to uh, make them successful later on? Yet, as I've said, although this is some of this are part of the parents, but here we are trying to be the the image for design for somehow creating and um molding the minds of our young learners. Always remember that young learners is very important, or the idea or the knowledge that the young learners that will be part of their lives will be carried over as they go on with their academic career or endeavor, because elementary education is the foundation of all the learning and knowledge of a person. So it's very important that we teachers in the elementary know how to craft and mold the mind of the learners. And it's very also important for us to innovate and strategize what specific classroom management or teaching style or methods of teaching we need to apply or implement for elementary learners for them to learn. But our let's say it's not just enemy, but our main agendas of nowadays is how are we going to confront that kind of purpose if there is a barrier, which is the attention deficit caused by technology. So always remember that as a teacher or as an elementary teachers, we are the designers of our learning environment. You are the captain of your classroom. That is why it's up to you how you shape and how you focus your learners to grow, especially in the primary level. Okay, so I have here several, rather, here in the Philippines, we have a kind of program in which I've given this an acronym for FOCUS. FOCUS stands for focus crafting, orchestrated tech tuning, coordinated blend sync learning, understanding cognitive load, and stewardship toward mindful tech. So for focus crafting, this designs our minds for deep attention and deep learning. We intentionally build routines that train students to focus. So it's not just getting rid of them of technology, but we teach them how to focus. So the Department of Education here in the Philippines implemented the Catch Up Fridays under the DepEd Memorandum number 001 of series of 2024, in which this mandates the implementation of this said program in all public elementary and secondary schools. It starts from kinder to grade 10. So aside from school, learning communities or community learning centers can also implement this initiative. This initiative aims to strengthen learners' foundational and social skills, also their reading, their values, health, and peace education by utilizing Fridays for a specialized instruction. Oh, wait. Okay, so Catch Up Friday started the other year, 2024, and it is still existing until now, that for 5 days, for a week, 4 days for other academic, and then for Friday, they will have this kind of activity that they are exposed with all the readings, they are allowed to read, no gadgets involved, only reading materials. It might be in the form of storybook, sometimes big books, or other things that might be useful for their improvement in learning. Aside from reading, they are also trying to create the value of sharing, collaboration, because most of the objective of this program or this initiative is more on socialization with their classmates.
Dr. Afe,
Yes, Madam Moderator?
okay. I'm afraid to say that you have 3 minutes
Okay, I'm
more.
almost there.
Yeah, okay, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. So the next is tech tuning. This is calibrating technology for learning precision, and we use technology with purpose, not by default. So this is really timely if the location is somehow accessible for technology, but with the aid or facilitated by a teacher. Next is blend sync learning, in which we harmonize digital and human learning experiences or their real our real world experiences. So under this blend sync learning, we have the oral program advocacy. This one is also implemented by the Department of Education, and this is under RA 12028. This is to address learning loss in kindergarten to grade 10. Particularly, it aims to strengthen the knowledge in mathematics, in reading, and in science. It provides free targeted tutoring and remediation conducted for face-to-face or maybe online. So oral program is still existing until now, in which there are more trainings for teachers in the elementary how to inculcate or implement this program. So they are also creating materials for the said objective, and they are training trainers and teachers how to implement this program. The next is mindful tech stewardship. Of course, this is very value-laden, in which we empower learners to govern their digital behavior, and we teach self-regulation, not just compliance. So we need to make them understand that learning with technology must have a limitation, and we use technology wisely. So it's very important for us because elementary learners, especially in the primary, they are very mindful and they are very obedient with the teacher. It's up to us teacher how to deal with that. So for my key takeaways, I have here several things for us to remember that technology is a tool, but attention is a skill, and we need to have a balance between the two. Okay? So in this age of distraction, we need to have the greatest gift, which is focus. As I close, allow me to leave you with this thought. In this age of distraction, always remember that we need to have attention in order for us to succeed whatever goal we are dealing with. So thank you so much. I do hope that I was able to give focus and thoughtful and insightful ideas with you all. And before I leave, is it correct, Terima kasih? Thank you in Indonesia.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you
Terima
so much
kasih
for your
kembali.
dedication, for
Yes.
shaping
Okay.
not just not just for us educators, but to, of course, shape the minds of our young minds. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ave Mari, for the insightful presentation. Dr. Mari, I think we have the same problems facing the digital technology. We may not avoid it, the technology, especially the AI, yeah. And well, I think you are right that we now come to, or we are facing the condition of the primary students with reduced attention, lower emotional regulation, less interaction, weaker collaboration because they are busy with their gadget. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam
And
Moderator.
yeah, okay. And now we are coming to the first question and answer session. Kita akan membuka pertanyaan untuk Prof. Araya dan Dr. Ave Mari. Untuk beliau kita buka 3 pertanyaan. So we are inviting 3 questions for Dr. For the first session speakers. Silakan. Yes, please. Okay, Daniel Kurniawan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Mom.
Okay, so you can mention your name and you can address the question to whom you address the question. Silakan.
Okay,
Silakan
let's
disampaikan namanya, kemudian pertanyaannya ditujukan kepada Prof. Araya or Dr. Ave Mari.
okay, thank you for time, Miss. Let's introduce myself first. My name is Daniel Kurniawan Yahya. I come from University PGRI Yogyakarta. I have a little bit of question is about how we can be managed because in our generation it must necessary to have ability manage our career, our hobbies, our sociality, and in our generation is really to have 3 of the path, and it's a little bit of a massive problem and complicated. Thank you.
Okay. To whom your question?
Okay,
Kepada siapa?
I
Kepada
ask
siapa pertanyaannya?
to doc to Dr. Mary.
Okay, to Dr. Afe Mari. Dr. Afe?
Yes, Madam Moderator. Am I audible?
Okay, so
If I'm correct, did I get the question that how are or as a teacher in UPY? But before I ask, is Mr. Daniel a lecturer in UPY, specifically in elementary education?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. So that if I get it right, you are asking that we cannot do away the use of technology. So the problem is how are we going to deal the use of technology despite its risk in attention and in emotion and social aspect?
Yep.
Honestly, Mr. Daniel, in my end, I do also have some struggle with attention and focus with my work due to technology. So it will always start within me. As a teacher, it will always start within me how I conquer that kind of problem for me to be able to apply the same solution to my students, especially in the elementary education. So honestly, for sure, we share the same sentiment that we could not do away the use of technology because it's a part of our life already. It's part of our system. It's part of our environment. That is why we just have to be mindful in using technology. It's just that we use technology for a purpose that we want to aim success, not just a part of distraction. Because honestly, in my end, I sometimes get distracted that I will do my research, but still I have to scan my Facebook, I have to watch TikTok videos, and that's procrastination. So how am I going to overcome such behavior in order for me to use technology wisely and it will not distract or it will not ruin me? So with that, by disciplining myself, having this kind of mindful focus that TikTok social media platform will have time later on. I just have to finish first this activity before I do with my social media. So the same thing that I'm going to share with my students. Honestly, I am not teaching in the elementary education anymore, but I am teaching future educators. That's why I give them the idea also that it will start with you as a teacher. If you overcome that kind of behavior, that kind of mindset, it would be easier for you to strategize and to apply that to your learners later on. Because I believe that primary learners, they are somehow dependent to us adult, especially teachers. They will defend us whatever lesson or whatever learning we give to them, they will defend us. That's why it's very important that it will start with us, teachers. How we manage those problems for us to give that solution to our learners. I do hope I did answer your question, Mr. Daniel.
Yeah, absolutely. You have answered. You already answered my all question. Thank you, Miss.
Thank you so much. Terima
okay,
kasih.
thank you very much, yeah, for Dr. Afe Mari for the comprehensive response. And then one is from Sylvia Daniela Perez. Hi. Hello,
Hi.
Sylvia. Hi. Yeah, how are you? How are you?
Hi, fine, thank you.
Okay.
Um,
Yes, please, you can address your
okay,
question.
thank you. I am Daniela. I am Mexican and I am a student, PhD in Administrative Science in Instituto Politécnico Nacional. And this question is for the Dr. Roberto Araya. Bien, okay, the next question is, What role does teacher training play in the implementation of inclusive and resilient educational models in his experience?
Okay. What
Thank you.
rules? Yeah. Okay.
Well, thank you very much, Daniela.
Okay. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you very much for the question. It's a very important question because the teacher plays a critical role in introducing these strategies and resilience also in the student. And as Professor also Ave Maria uh, talk about, um, be able to reflect and inhibit certain behaviors. And now it's especially challenging because of all these gadgets and technologies. So, as she mentioned, focus is very important. We have to teach, and our teachers are critical to teach to students to focus and to concentrate on what is really important. Now, for that, not only teachers but also parents are very important. And we have seen it's a gap between more educated parents with less educated parents, because more educated parents all over the world, they restricted the access to technology of the of their sons and daughters, just maybe 1 or 2 hours a week in primary school. But less educated parents, they don't know, so they let them put a lot of time on that. So here the teacher has a critical role, not only to teach the students but also educate the parents of the students, particularly of students that are not which parents are not have the opportunity to have a good education. So their role is double, not only the students, but also the parents of the students, in order to the whole family focus on the core ideas and to focus on the core strategies, knowledge, and values. Thank you, Daniela.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and also Dr. Prof. Araya. And the last question is from Rizky Bahtiar from Universitas PGRI Yogyakarta. The question is addressed for Prof. Araya. How can teachers effectively integrate AI into coloring activities to foster creativity while still allowing children to develop their own ideas and not rely too much on generated content? Prof. Araya?
Okay, thank you very much, Risky, for this also very important question. So we want to foster creativity on the students. And so now technology also give us opportunity to open this, not just multiple choice kind of question, but just really construct, build. And coloring is a way of, expressing yourself and your ideas. And as Comenius, more than 400 years ago, discovered and promoted the idea that this is something where the students also can express their experience, these ideas, and their knowledge. And when they pose a problem, also you can see there widens the possibility of expressing their own ideas. So the technology here, what we propose is that since this is opens too much, maybe it's complex for the teacher, too many ideas there, so it's much more difficult than to assess a multiple choice kind of activity. Then technology can help the teacher to plan to also to orchestrate and also to assess the creativity of her students and the way the clarity of how they express their ideas. So I think with this mixed coloring is also technology. So an old technology, you don't need any connections, very simple to do, but it opens the whole world to the creativity of the students. So I think it's something that we should promote more, because it's also very attractive to a lot of kids, but we understand that this opening of the widening of opportunities of the of way of expressing is much more difficult to assess than a multiple choice. So that's where technology can help the teacher, not the student directly, but the teacher can support the teacher to in this endeavor.
Okay, Prof. Araya, thank you very much. Yeah, so still we have improved our students to be creative. Is that right, Prof?
Yeah, I mean, the machines are doing more and more things, so we have to focus
Yeah.
on creativity, the new things, and also on values, like I tried to show about this trust, particularly in strangers, because we live in big society with a lot of other people. Most of them are strangers you have never seen, and for living together in harmony, we need to learn to live and trust in people that you have never seen before, you are not going to see again in your life, and still you trust them.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Yeah. And also thanks for the detailed response and valuable insights. Please give your warmest appreciation to our keynote speakers through the reaction feature. All participants. Yeah, thank you very much. Again, the highest appreciation to Prof. Araya and Dr. Afemari for sharing fruitful insights, and we do hope to see you in the next seminar.
Thank you
Thank you
so
very
much
much.
also, UPY.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Dr.
okay,
Nafis.
see you.
Bye.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed speakers, now we come to the second session of this seminar, and it is the presentation of the third, fourth, and fifth speakers of this seminar. And this first session, first keynote speaker in this second session is Dr. Yun Pinke. Yeah, sorry. Dr. Ke, are you here, Prof. Ke?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, wow, very beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, Dr. Ke, let me first read the curriculum vitae. Yeah. Okay, Dr. Ke is NTUE assistant professor in the International Master's Program of Learning and Instruction, and she earned her postdoctoral fellow, in 2015 to 2016 in Australia Catholic University, Australia, and other PhD in National Chang Hua University of Education, and now he is the associate professor in NTUE, National Taipei University of Education, And wow, di sini ada her research interest is science images, reading comprehension, classroom discourse, and textbook analysis. She also was an elementary teacher in Chikiang Elementary School, Taipei, Heichu Elementary School, Taichung, Hui Lai Elementary School, Taichung, Taiwan. And her research, wow, there are many publications of Prof. Ke in journal articles, and then also book chapter, and others. Okay. Prof. Ke?
Hi.
Okay, you have about 25 minutes to share your insightful knowledge. Yes, insightful slides, I mean. Okay, now the board is yours.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Let me share my slide with you. Is the slide okay with you? Can you see the slide?
It's clear.
Okay. It's my great honor to be here. Actually, when I was an assistant professor in NDHU, Professor Tofik has attended my lessons, and he was a very intelligent and very good student. So it's quite impressive, and I have experienced with many very intelligent and distinguished students from Indonesia. So it's my great honor to meet Indonesian professors and the students as well. I'm happy to be here. So let me share my title with you. It's about encoding science images with AI, opportunities, limits, and cross-cultural insight. I'm Yuan Ping from NTUE. Okay, let's start with two images. When you saw these two images, I would like to ask you one question. Which one is easier to understand? And why? And here comes the question, because AI is so hot today. So if we ask the same question to AI, do you think that AI will reply the same answer as us? Okay, so let me try to address the question again. Do you think AI can really understand what we see, we human beings see in science images? And the problem is from our assumption. We assume science images are objective. Science images are universal. So maybe from American textbook to Australian or to Taiwanese textbook, the science images should be the same or universal. In order to justify or to test the hypothesis, I developed many studies trying to do cross-cultural textbook comparison. For example, I first to compare Australian with Taiwanese, then Indonesian science textbook with Taiwanese, and recently we compare Vietnamese with Taiwanese science textbook. In reality, actually, science images, they are designed by human being, and the meaning is constructed by human being as well. So why I focus on science images? Because the function of science images was very helpful for a learner to learn in science classroom. The first function is more ideational. It means try to represent the meaning and try to show that cannot be always or easy directly seen in science classroom. For example, this shark with very sharp teeth that is not able to be seen by occasion or by student and teacher when they want to discuss about the shark. And the second main function is come from the guidance. The image can guide how we look and direct our direction or attention to the meaning. And the third, the main function is try to integrate the meaning. For example, this is a page from an Indonesian textbook. The science images can help the reader to organize the information from verbal text and the pictures for a student to understand the science meaning better. So, science images are not only illustrations, they are a meaning-making system. And I will introduce our theoretical framework. We drew our theoretical framework from Kress and Van Leeuwen. It was the grammar of visual design. They are three meta functions, which has been introduced by the main functions of science image above. They are three meta functions. The first one is representational meta function. The second is interpersonal meta function. And the third, textual meta function. And today, I will focus only on representational meta function, which try to represent the meaning by visual design. And here comes the framework that we developed based on the theories. We try to categorize science images in such kind of structure. For example, the first level on the most left is narrative versus conceptual. The shark photo belongs to the narrative representation, which is not within our focus today. We focus more on conceptual representation, which try to tell or try to represent the meanings that can last for long. And that is the main purpose of textbook images. And below this category, conceptual representation, they can be further classified into classification structure, analytical structure, and more subcategory underneath. I will introduce one by one. Okay, so in order to classify or in order to identify the science images, this is the coding scheme that we human researcher and later on AI both will follow, because it guides us to analyze or try to categorize science images consistently. The most left-hand side is analytical, basic analytical structure. And further, it is analytical structure with micro details. And more further on, they are two kinds of covert taxonomy. Covert means implicit. It means that this kind of science images try to categorize, try to group living things into different types, but the visual cue are not explicit. So we use covert taxonomy to categorize those kind of as their titles. And the last two types is overt taxonomy. Overt means explicit, very clear, because they use very clear tree structure or boxes try to tell the readers, okay, how living things can be categorized. That is the purpose of classification. And then, so let's go back to the earlier questions. Do you think that AI can really understand what we see in science images? Okay. In order to train our AI, this is the model, human and AI collaborative models that we developed. This model help us to publish one journal article in an SSCI journal on this January. So it's very fresh article. And as you can see, there are 4 stages that we developed with the collaboration between human and the AI. And this is a loop. A loop means that if stage 1 is not successful, if we check some errors or mistake made by AI, then we stay here and go back to check what happens, what's wrong with AI or our framework. Then we try to correct and try to teach AI. So we have to test the AI at each stage and check their feedback. We have to ask the reason why you did this kind of decision, and they have to provide the reasons. So let me share with you step by step. But first of all, I think this is the mindset. AI function not only as a tool. Actually, AI can be our best friend. This is the joke made by my students, because my students here in NTUE, they like AI like ChatGPT, Claude, or Gemini very much. But actually, AI, after training, they can be a very helpful research assistant. And this is, I will show you later in this study. Okay, so actually, let's check how many benefits that AI can have. And that is the benefit of research assistant AI can have. Okay, speed. It can work very quick. And scalability, consistency, whether you ask AI to work in the morning or in the night, okay, they will give you similar answers. And the replicability, efficiency, pattern detection. Yeah, they can detect patterns among data, and they can handle data quite well. And the iterative refinement, and the most important, it's transparent. You can ask AI why and how you did that, give you the reasons. And they can provide analytical support and the cost comparing with human assistant. The cost is pretty low. And most importantly, they don't complain, okay? And they can work for you 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. Okay, so let me share with you the most important tips in the beginning. Writing prompt. How to write appropriate and desirable prompt that will help you to conduct the work quite well. So in the first stage, we upload the main theory, and the prompt is try to define and assign the role to AI. Now you are a researcher. You are not a boy or a girl. You are a researcher, and what to do. And then assign the context in which kind of condition that you have to do such kind of work, and the goal, okay, very clear goal for AI to follow. So this is an example that we do for the stage 1. Okay, You work as an experienced expert in the analysis of visual material, science textbook, background, grammar, visual design, and something like that. And the action, okay, you have to tell AI the action clear. Your task is to categorize the attached figure according to my coding scheme, the 6-type coding scheme, and then cross-check against the precise definition of each code, and then context. The result have to correctly meet the definition of each code in the coding scheme and align with the theory. Okay, the last one is goal. Provide a concise explanation of your classification result in a short paragraph, avoiding unnecessary elaboration. Okay, the second stage, in addition to writing prompt, we have to do a series of trial and error loop. The meaning is try to detect and diagnose what happened. And we have to seize the time to correct AI's memory. So after we upload the coding scheme, and then we ask AI to distinguish the 6 type of images based on our theory, grammar, visual design, and the condition, the result. If it is wrong, then we ask how it detects the image, and they have to provide, AI have to provide the reasons, and then we check the reasons one by one, and then we have to point out what's wrong with its decision, and we have to teach or to tell him what is the right things. And then we ask AI to discern pairs of similar images. It means that the similar image, quite similar, but actually it belongs to different category. So the purpose of this action is try to sharpen AI's ability to make it more sharp and more sensible to distinguish the images. And the third stage, okay, this is stage that we input the science text images for AI to do their processing. So this is fine-tuning, and we have to compare the coding result between AI and our human researcher. If there is some kind of coding result disagree between AI and humans, then we have to went to stage 4. If it is agreed, it means, okay, this work has been done quite well. And then we input another new images. And this is a very similar with the function of act and learn. We drew from the other model. Okay, so the process is a kind of reflective learning and adaptation for AI. And also, when I think back about our study, also it's a kind of reflective learning for human researcher as well. And at the end of the stage, we will ask AI to generate a summary that can be function as a checkpoint for us. Okay, here comes the result. As the bottom that I try to circle in red, and you can see that the agreement between human researcher and the AI was pretty high, from 87 to 94. That is a very strong potential that AI can function as a very good research assistant, trying to do the coding for researcher. But here comes the problem or the question you may ask. What's happened to the other 10% that AI and the human researcher couldn't have agreement about the coding result? What happened? Why AI cannot generate the same code as human researcher? Here comes an example. This is an image from Taiwanese textbook. As the caption has suggested, the meaning of this diagram is try to tell the students, okay, these are reproductive organs of the gymnosperms, which is from a very specific Taiwanese pine. On the left-hand side, the photo is a kind of female corn from Taiwanese pine. And the right-hand side is a male gymnosperms. Okay, the bottom, as you can tell from the table, we human researcher, we code it as a complex covert taxonomy, while AI coded as analytical structure with micro details. And it depends on the reasons that AI told us why he coded these pictures as analytical structure with micro details. We found that AI cannot tell the meaning from caption. AI only try to evaluate or try to categorize image. It depends on the picture, the visual part, but not mention about the verbal caption. So that is the finding that AI actually cannot integrate the meaning from caption, from the verbal part. So we have to teach AI. Now you have to read the caption and include the meaning from caption as a part of the decision that you can make to tell, okay, which category this image can belong to. Okay, so the first insight after we have the comparison cross-culture science images from different countries, we had a very strong claim. Actually, visual conventions are not universal. Some countries, for example, Indonesian countries prefer some biological image design by structure. However, Taiwanese biological image design preferred to be very implicit way. It means no structure. And I have tried to interpret the finding in the previous study, but here let's focus on the third. Some countries emphasizes explicit structure like Indonesia and Australia, while the others like Taiwan and Vietnamese, we rely more on implicit grouping. And textbook, as you know, it's always play a very critical role in shaping learners' visual design. And very important implication for us, AI does not replace human judgment. We are so afraid, some people are so afraid that AI is so convenient. Will AI replace human researcher? We can tell you no. Actually, it's still in the control of human researcher. Instead, that we have to teach them, we have to train our AI as a good research assistant. And AI can, in turn, to tell us some hidden assumptions and unclear definitions. Through the feedback of AI, we human researcher, we found something that we are short of or we are not aware of before the study. And still there are gaps in our theoretical framework that is waiting for us to improve. And AI can become a very, very reflective partner.
Prof. Ge,
Yes?
sorry to say, you have 4 minutes left.
Okay, it's coming to the end. Okay. So let's rethink the research in the age of AI. In fact, AI does not, okay, I have to revise this word. Yeah, does not change what counts as good research because it functions only as a kind of research assistant. It helps you, but it cannot take control of our human being. But the feedback can force us to be clearer about our thinking and our mindset, and clearer about our theory, our assumption, and our interpretation as well. So let's put it into a short conclusion. The challenge is not simply to make AI smarter. The real challenge is to make our theories explicit and explicit enough for human and AI to follow. So thank you very much. This is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ke. Yeah, let me call you Prof. Ke.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the insightful knowledge about how to take benefits of AI, because we cannot avoid the digital technology in our lives, especially in academic business. Okay, so diumumkan kepada kepada para peserta untuk segera melakukan presensi, and the attendance list is shared on the chat box. Please diisi. Okay, thank you for Dr. Yun Ping Ke or Prof. Ke. Yeah. So we come to the next speaker. Yeah. The next speaker is Dr. Chris Sachai Somsaman. Hello, Dr. Chris.
Selamat pagi, Ibu Moderator.
Iya, selamat pagi atau di sini menjelang siang. Selamat siang, Dr. Chris.
Okay, selamat siang. It's already noon.
Okay.
Okay. Sure. Right.
Di sana Dr. Chris juga siang ya. Yeah. It's morning to afternoon, yeah, in Indonesia, Dr. Chris. Okay, firstly, let me read the CV of Dr. Chris Sachai. Yeah, Dr. Chris Sachai is currently serves as Maker Jam Director of Origiman Creative Space in Bangkok, Thailand, where he leads initiatives to promote maker culture, hands-on creativity, and innovation-based learning. With over 2 decades of experience in science, technology, and education, his career spans national research institutions, funding agencies, and intergovernmental organizations, including ASEAN, the SEA-MEO Secretariat, and also SEA-MEO STEM ED. He has played a pivotal role in advancing STEM education, AI literacy, and the responsible use of generative AI in educational settings, addressing both policy development and practical classroom implementation. He also champions constructionism and maker education, working with fab labs, maker spaces, schools, and educators to design projects and learning resources that foster hands-on project-based learning. Through Maker Jam, he continues to build public engagement around creativity, invention, and the development of future-ready learners. Okay, Dr. Chris, you have about 25 minutes to present your slides, and now the board is yours.
All right, thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you so much for having me for this wonderful conference on primary education. And well, I'm no longer associated with the universities, and also that's one of the reasons that I'm here is to explain to you how our community is working with educations in order to promote and help strengthen the development of human capacity in the countries. So we use the community to enhance the education of the students, and through our activities that we work together with university and with school and with company and organization in the society. So today's my talk. Let me show you my presentation slide. Here we go. One moment. Okay. Here we go. Okay. I hope you can see me well on my presentation. So I'm talking about constructionisms to make a culture in Thai primary school. And well, what I want to show you is that this image of the Mega Jam that I host. You can see from the image how the students, the young kids, are enjoying the activities. So when we see this kind of image, let me do another one. This is also another image that kids and family working together, collaborating to produce some artifact. In this case, in our Maker Jam event, we let the kids and the parents together work on to produce cardboard suit on a certain shape. This one, last year we have them create monster. You see the outcome soon. Well, when we see the kids doing this kind of the project, we are thinking, is he only playing or he's already constructing knowledge? Well, when we are discussing it with the researcher and we reading all the literature, it said that children naturally learned by touching, building, testing, failing, adjusting, and explaining. So children construct knowledge best when they're constructing. They can see, test, share, and improve. So that's the key issue of constructionism. Well, constructionism is a learning theory. I would emphasize that it's a learning theory, and well, we'll talk about maker culture afterward. So I would like to focus on constructionism first. Constructionism is a learning theory that say students learn deeply when they create something meaningful, such as a model, story, prototype, program, or invention, and then that reflect on what they made. So here, he is not only playing, but he is constructing knowledge at the same time. So, well, we're saying children learn deeply when they construct something meaningful and reflect on what they have made. So children are already makers. The role of the school, so you may ask, well, the children are the makers, so they can do it by themselves. What the role of the school? Well, the role of the school is to make this making happen meaningfully. So constructionism is a theory that gives educator a way to turn this natural behavior into powerful learning. The artifact that the student made is not just a product, it's an evidence of thinking. So maker education is the practical way to apply constructionism. We talk about constructionism and we talk about maker education as the approach to apply constructionism. It allows students to design, build, test, improve, and share what they have created. So, well, when people talk about maker education, maker space, they usually think about advanced technology, 3D printing, laser cutting, high-level programming, robots. But actually, maker education is not about high technology. It's about the way the student construct knowledge. So how we can make this happen? Well, here it's what constructionism is. What a lot of people confuse it with constructivism. So let me compare very quickly on constructionism and constructivism. In constructivism, we talk about learner actively construct knowledge in their minds. But with constructionism, learner construction knowledge. Well, when they create meaningful artifact, the emphasis of constructivism is understanding to experience, reflection, and prior knowledge. But in constructionism, learning through making, designing, building, testing, and sharing. We put sharing on us as well, so the student can reflect while they are sharing. It's particularly on visible output. Well, constructivism, learning may happen internally, and or make products may not always produce a physical product. But in constructionism, learning is made visible through object, model, prototype, story, program, or performance. This is the way that constructionism, we see some artifacts that coming out from the learning process. So like I say, people usually think about maker education with the application of constructionism with high-level, sophisticated maker space with high technology. But I want to give you some example that happened in Thailand. We are not using very sophisticated makerspace to create a constructionism environment for the student. So like I say, it's this is the way, the one that I taught kindergarten kids in school using constructionism approach. So people usually ask, okay, well, when you use constructionisms, usually it apply for the secondary student, but not the primary student. So I'll try to come out with something which very concrete experience, concrete subject that you can see that also in primary school, we can apply constructionism to the student as well. Well, it's the constructionism, it's the father of constructionism, Seymour Papert. He's saying the role of teacher is to create the condition for invention rather than provide ready-made knowledge. This is the way that the father of constructionism, Seymour Papert, addressed the role of the teacher for creating condition for constructionism. So, well, when we ask the question of can constructionism work in primary schools, so I find some example of how constructionism work in primary school. The first one that we have seen, it's from Starfish Educations. They have Starfish School, which is well-renowned, got a high award from their education system. Starfish promote the development of the learning skills and competent education with innovation. They are focusing, they're using project-based learning, and they also have Starfish Maker. But when Starfish developed the makerspace, the maker environments, they are not using high technology. What they are doing, they're setting up space for creative explorations and allow the student to explore based on their own interests and their talent. And you can see this is the example of what Starfish has made for makerspace, for their own makerspace. They make something very simple. They provide some space for a student to explore in variety of topics. You won't see sophisticated equipment. You won't see high-tech equipment in their makerspace. but they provide the student with the space and some simple equipment so the student can do, well, studio for practicing their presentations or doing some presentation work. They also provide students with opportunity to access the cafeteria, so the student can make the food, can create the food by themselves. Or the dressing room, the student can do some simple making of the fabric, or art, or even engineering. Very simple thing that student can do, and as well as storytelling. Staff at school provide those kind of environment, and also some practice for the student, some principle, some idea, some methodology. So that's the most important, the space and the methodology, the design thinking approach, so the student can practice since they're very young age. So student can be creative, can explore and create knowledge, become the lifelong learner that can create knowledge, can understand knowledge by themselves. Well, not only Starfish provide space in school, they also encourage parents to develop homemaker space, with also very simple, no sophisticated equipment. They provide ask the parents to set up some space for children to explore. Well, just to say simple, to make it dirty. You might want your home to be very neat, very clean, but the student, when they're playing, they want something, they will make something very dirty or messy. Well, you need those kind of space to make the kids explore and learn. So some very simple equipment, some paper, cardboard paper, some scissors, or some coloring the tools. So they have the opportunity for them to practice, to exercise the brain, exercise their thinking. This is the way that Starfish is made. So makerspace and constructionism is not need to be something very sophisticated, as I mentioned. Here is the example that Starfish has been providing to the society to see. Well, let's move to another example. This one might not be simple, but this is the example that one of the school in Thailand has integrated constructionism into their curriculum. Typically, when we talk about makerspace, we usually set up a separate club for the students and use the extra time after the coursework, so the student can use some of those time to play around. I believe in Brunei, Jerusalem, they provide 3 hours for each week for the student to explore to the STEM subject and workspace. But for this school, the Runsikalai School of Innovative Learning, or the SIL, which I will call it, they integrate constructionism into their curriculum. So you can see on the right-hand side, they provide project. Every student supposed to do project, individual or in groups. But the project, they provide the time for the student to develop project 2 days a week. So the student learn core subject only 3 days a week. They have full 2 days a week to work on their project. They provide integrated learning. They ensure that the student continue to develop the project and using the knowledge. And the students search for the knowledge by active learning. And the tutor also working in horizontal classroom and vertical classroom. They can work together with the peer, or they can work together with the other student on the different level, different grade level also. And most important is peer-to-peer learning. So they're doing in groups and also learning together from each other. So this is the way that constructionism has been applied into school and into curriculum. You see one of the with the Starfish school. It's the project house. This way, there's for the SIL, it's more advanced. So they provide sophisticated the equipment, laser cutter, 3D printer, but they also form project house. So students can gather into the project house according to their interest. So there are also engineering house, or music and art design house. The people who is interested in the same topic can join together and work on the project and help each other to develop those kind of project. You may think of Harry Potter in a different house and with different interests. This is a kind of a project house which the students choose to participate. So they also science house, performance art house, the marketing business house. So student can develop project, not only some engineering artifact, but also can be some other kind of artifact, just like the marketing plan or the business plan or business entity that they can create during the project-based learning. Well, this is kind of a thing that primary student has been created. They utilize their innovative thinking, their creativity to build object. You see, they're using either some of them using creativity or to do some art. Some of them do technology as well. Okay, this is the kombucha, which the student made, and they also collaborate with the university to using scientific tools, because this is the advantage of the school is they are inside the university. So the link with the faculty member in the university to utilize those kind of resources in the university so they can analyze the chemical substance on the benefit of the product using sophisticated equipment which is available in the university. Well, so the third example which I'm working on, it's a community project, which the one that I'm working on, it's the Maker Jam. So we are typically conducting maker event every year. We have done this for more than 10 years now, since 2015 that we brought Maker Fair into Bangkok, and then we developed into our own Maker Jam event, which each year for Maker Jam, we have about 4,000 participants each year. And for each day, we have 2 days event for each year. For each day, about 200 plus students are making the monster cardboard suit. And they also play around with some they learn from other makers who has developed some artifact by themselves. So maker will explain, share their creations, and also let other people learn how to build those kind of artifacts as well. Well, okay, I'll skip this. So one thing that I just want to mention, it's from the slide. It's what Roberto and I was working together. Professor Roberto Arya, the first speaker, and I has been developing the book on the unplugged computational thinking. And this is one of the examples that I have done in terms of how to let the student learn about AI, about pattern recognition from using very simple image without computer. So here we include this in the book, and we are trying to encourage the student to develop. In Maker Jam, we also do the same thing, that we encourage the learning without using computers. The student can learn easily by different modality as well. Here's the book that we published together, so you can download it from this QR code. And you can see the one that Roberto mentioned earlier about the coloring book, as well as the one that I mentioned on the AI learning using non-programming and the way that you learn deep learning as well. We put that into the book as well. So it's back to Maker Jam. The way that we have done this is to make the student create the student as an ownership of the artifact. And the way that we see a student to make emotion connection, and also they have a chance to do hands-on to practicing. And those will lead into something which is very wonderful in terms of their learning. So let me show you very quick video clip about the Maker Jam events that which happened early this year. This is the artifact that this is the cardboard suit. You see more than 200 students build this kind of artifact. This is the hands-on activities. Students can learn and touch it. Also have some simple robots, the sumo robot with our processor, without the brain. This is some robot that the people, the our makers made. We have also some workshops that the kids can try. And that they can make things and build things. We also have a learning workshop as well. With learning that I mentioned earlier without about problem. So provide some gift. Okay. Yep. What I want to mention at the you can see the student choosing some gift. That's the one of the value that we would like to see, that we after the kids finish with the parade, when the kids finish building their cardboard suit, we'll have the parade. So all the kids will walk together in the parade with their creations. So it's a very wonderful picture that you have seen earlier. And then afterwards, we let the kids pick the gift by themselves without the involvement of their parents. So you can see that how the kid think without the influence of the society or the influence of the parents. Some kids just choosing some of the very simple thing, very colorful thing, without thinking about the monetary value of those. So we can see how the kid looking at the environment or something which of their value. So let me go quickly. Let me skip on that. This is what I was talking earlier. We're talking about awareness. When we teach a student, we teach knowledge is awareness. But without the actions and without the practice, it won't get into the habit. We want to create the new generation with creativity, with innovation capability. But if we are not provide opportunity for them to practice, it won't get into the habit of creating those innovations. So action is the way that kids can get in practice and get it into the habits. But before that, it needs to get some type of ownership and emotional connection with the thing that they are building as well. So I have a couple more minutes. I will finish very quickly. Okay. What we have building is also the engineering design, system thinking, in innovative mindset. Those kind of three things is the basic principle that we are embedded into our activities. Engineering design is important. The student has an on, and system thinking is the way that they can link together of what's the impact of the creations, what are the things that come into the creation, the way that they learn for the creations. And the most important thing, it's innovative mindset. So they can think about what kind of thing that would be innovative, what kind of thing that would be very creative. And well, let me show you another example that we would try to do. I'm not sure whether we will be capable to do this, but this is from Japan. That we want to do because this system.
Dr. Chris, sorry
Yes.
to say, you have 4 minutes left.
Okay. This is a roller coaster. This was built in Japan school. And the student built this kind of roller coaster in the classroom using material that is available in the classroom. It's this kind of a project, help the student to work together and do something of their interest and learn in terms of a lot of theory, a lot of practice, a lot of creativity that they have to bring into this kind of creation. And most importantly, the teamwork. So they can work together to build something very big. Typically, we will let the student into a group of 2 or 3 and build some simple project, and then let the student present. And then after a while, everything is gone. The student just learn And although nothing happened but we learned that when students build something together, very big and very meaningful to them, they have that kind of impressions, they have some kind of the footprint of their knowledge that get to grow, to become a lifelong learner throughout their life. We have some prior experience, let the kids building airplane, the real airplane, but it took several years to build the whole airplane in Thailand. The project wasn't success, but each batch of the student who has come together to make that sort of airplane, to do the sandpaper, to do drilling, to do something very small thing. They know they can see the big thing. They can see how they become the part of the big thing, and they utilize their knowledge in that. So, well, let me finish with this. So we still have a Maker Jam after our successful Maker Jam, the annual event. We have been contacted to do a couple more Maker Jam. So this year we shift from one Maker Jam to 3 Maker Jams. So the second Maker Jam that we will have this year, it's on the 26th, 27th September at Terminal 21 Ramatri Branch, beside the Chao Phraya River, very beautiful location. And you are invited if you want to participate in the event. Please, you can follow my Richmond page, and or you can send me an email directly. So you can also see how wonderful the event is and how students learn with those kind of creativity and event. And the third one that we will have, it's at the SIL itself, the school that I mentioned earlier. They also want to bring Maker Jam into the school in December 2026. So, well, what I wanted to leave here is when children make things, they are not only making object, they are making meaning, confidence, and the habit of solving problems, which is the important character that we want to make into the student for the future. Thank you so much. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much to Dr. Chris. Yeah, our deepest appreciation goes to Dr. Chris for sharing his valuable knowledge with us. It's about Maker Jam. It's really interesting project. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Prof. And the last one is Dr. Rinadia. Yeah, Dr. Rinadia would like to present her slides. Yeah, and let me read her CV. Yeah, she is the head of the primary school study program, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education of Universitas PGRI Yogyakarta. She was born in Yogyakarta, attended to Yogyakarta State University as her magister and doctoral degree. She took her major in math education, majoring on primary education. Today, she would like to send us insightful knowledge and learn about also AI and technology in or for primary school education. Yeah, and without further delay, let's warmly welcome Dr. Rina Dia Rahmawati. Good morning, Dr. Rina. How are you today, Dr. Rina?
Test. Yes. Okay, can hear my...
Okay, Dr.
Okay.
Rina, you have 25 minutes to present your slides. Yeah, now the board is yours.
Okay, thank you, the beloved moderator. Yes, thank you for the kind introduction and for giving me the opportunity to speak at this distinguished forum. Oke, selamat pagi semuanya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam
wabarakatuh.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, good morning, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It's a bright morning at Universitas PGRI Yogyakarta today. Hopefully, it's as bright as our hearts and our mood. Yeah, the previous keynote speaker covered excellent material. Some of the points I will discuss here relate to that material. Today, I would like to invite us to rethink learning not merely as method or content delivery, but as a way of designing how students think. My presentation focuses on how computational thinking can be positioned as cognitive architecture within stream learning. Okay, next. Yes. Next. Yeah, before we dive into learning approach, let me first, okay. Yeah, let me first take a moment to help us all consider the global context we're currently facing. Okay, next. Yes. We are living in an era. Low bed. Wait. I'm sorry. Yes. We are living in an era defined by three major challenges: the complexity of information, the growing need the systemic thinking, and the disruption of artificial intelligence. However, many educational systems still focus on knowledge transfer rather than the structure of thinking. And the real challenge today is not access to information, but the ability to process complexity. The urgency of basic education are the foundation for developing a framework for thinking, crucial age for cognitive development, and momentum to build future problem solvers. Why so we start from primary education? Yes, because this is the stage where cognitive structures are formed. If we fail at this stage, we may produce students who know but are not able to think. Next. Key issues in interdisciplinary integration is the integration of subjects doesn't automatically foster an explicit cognitive framework. We have made significant efforts to integrate multiple subjects, but we have not yet integrated thinking, and that is the real problem. So the question is, how do we design thinking? Next. Yes, this where computational thinking comes in. Next. Okay. There are competencies and skills that must be possessed by human resources to be able to compete in the 21st century. One of them is computational thinking. Computational thinking is often misunderstood as coding. In fact, it is a way of thinking how we understand problems and organize solutions systematically. As highlighted by Wing, for your information, Wing is a computer scientist who popularized the concept of computational thinking. Computational thinking is a fundamental skill just like reading and writing. Computational thinking is not about programming, it is about structuring thought. So, next, computational thinking is recognized as set as of skills and problem-solving strategies that have their roots in computer science, as well as mathematics, design, and engineering. Right? There are computational thinking misconceptions. Next. Yeah, there are computational thinking misconceptions. Let's pay attention. On the left is the wrong perception, and on the right is the correct meaning of computational thinking. Computational thinking not about how to write programming code, but on how to understand the problem, organize it logically, and analyze relevant details. Not about memorization skills, but about understanding the basics and applying them to a variety of common problems. Not about working like a computer, but about thinking like a computer scientist. Not about numeracy skills, but about understanding the basics and applying them to variety of common problem arithmetic. So, computational thinking is not about memorization, not about numbers, and not about working like a computer, but it's about thinking like problem solver. Next. Integrating computational thinking into various subjects areas in K-12 education is now widely accepted to improve the quality of learning. Many countries have already integrated computational thinking into their national curricula, including America, Malaysia, Thailand, Finland, South Korea, China, Australia, New Zealand, and etc. This shows that computational thinking is not a trend, it is a global necessity. Yes, next. In Indonesia, the Indonesian curriculum called Merdeka Curriculum. Please click. For elementary school, integration of computational thinking in Bahasa Indonesia, mathematics, and IPAS. For your information, IPAS is natural and social science subjects. Okay, next. Yeah. Next. Okay, here are the components of computational thinking based on experts. Meanwhile, the implementation adjusts the needs of each user. Next. There are 6 components of computational thinking that can be implemented in school are decomposition is breaking something into smaller parts. Pattern recognition is looking for similarities and trends. Abstraction is for using on what's important, ignoring what is unnecessary. Algorithm is step-by-step instructions. Debugging, fixing errors within the algorithm. And last, generalization is applying patterns and solutions to new contexts. Of these 6 components, we can see that computational thinking is not just about skills. This is about how students think, and how they think determines how they respond to complexity. And today's world is complex. Next. Nah, that's why we need educational innovation. Okay, next. Nah, developments in education are showing an interesting shift. Start from STEM, then improving by add art element, so STEM becomes STEAM. From STEAM, adding religion element being STREAM. Okay, next. Nah, STEM is key foundation of modern education. STEM gives us structure. It builds logic, problem solving, and analytical thinking. But learning is not only about logic. It also requires creativity. Next. And that is where STEAM begins. STEAM is not only about integrating disciplines, it's about creating meaningful learning experience. But meaningful learning is not only about creativity, it also requires values that guide how students think. Nah, and that is where STREAM comes in. STREAM is an integrated learning approach that encourages students to think more broadly about real-world problems that are integrated from a religious point of view. STREAM integrates science, technology, creativity, and religious values, so that learning is not only intellectually stimulating, but also meaningful. The addition of religion aspects to STREAM can complement to 5 pillars of education in Indonesia, which are used as references to achieve educational goals in Indonesia. The 5 pillars are learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together in peace, and learning to strengthen faith, devotion, and noble character. What is religious? Religious is obedient attitudes and behavior in carrying out the teachings of the religion adopted, tolerant of the implementation of worship of other religions, and living in harmony with adherents of other religions. This religious element implemented in character education. By character education, students can have knowledge, enlightenment, and behavior of religious values in their daily lives. So, religious character education create independent students to improve, apply, and study knowledge, religious values, and noble character in everyday life. Why we need religious elements? If we look at current educational practices, science and religions are often positioned as two separate entities. On the other hand, religious values are rarely integrated to learning. So, students don't see the connection between knowledge and life values. In fact, it's not uncommon for the perception to arise that the two are contradictory. So, students see science and religion are two forms of knowledge that cannot be combined. As a result, religion is often perceived as something separate from science. In fact, what we need is not separation, but balance, a balance between science, technology, and life values. Okay, then integrating religious values in learning can be doing by thematic learning, life story or experience, and exploring and habitation models. Stream learning introduce the importance of physical movement, critical thinking, student collaboration, and positive classroom environment, which are components of mind learning approach that can work in harmony. And next. Yes. Nah, And in elementary school, we can found it in integrated thematic learning. Next. Yes, characteristic of thematic learning are student-centered, integrating several lesson content on daily life theme, providing hands-on experience to students, flexible presentation of concepts in one learning process, and provide opportunities for students to develop according to their talents and interests. These characters show that integrated thematic learning serves as a strong foundation for implementing STREAM in a meaningful and holistic way. Yes, next. STREAM is a powerful approach because it integrates multiple disciplines. However, it still has certain limitations. The limitations are the integration often remains of the content level, projects are product-oriented, and the structure of thinking is not explicitly developed. In other words, students may be active, but not necessarily thinking systematically. Nah, this where computational thinking comes into play, not merely as a skill, but as a cognitive architecture that shapes the way students think. Thus, CT-based stream doesn't merely integrate academic disciplines, but builds a system of thinking that is systematic, meaningful, and can be transferred to various life contexts. Yeah, if CT, computational thinking based stream is a way of thinking, then how do we bring it into classroom? This is where the purpose of the model becomes important. There are integrating CT into the stream project, strengthening students' higher order thinking skills, and providing a systemic conceptual framework. This is where I propose a conceptual shift. The model, next. Yes. Yeah, this is where I propose a conceptual shift. The model consists of 3 layers. Stream as the disciplinary, context for stream as the disciplinary context for first step. Then computational thinking as the cognitive architecture, and outcomes in the form of higher order thinking and problem solving. What changes is not only the learning activity, but the thinking system of the students. This model shifts learning from content integration to cognitive system design. Okay. Yeah. The key difference lies here. Conventional stream versus computational thinking cognitive architecture-based stream. In conventional approaches, computational thinking is net-on. In this model, computational thinking becomes the structure that organizes the entire learning process. Next. Okay, let us look a concrete example. The following is an implementation of the model with the theme designing a segregated waste management system in schools. The implementation of the model includes 5 aspects. types of activities in stream. As shown in the table, there are mathematics, art, engineering, religion, technology, and science. Students are not learning about waste management, but they are learning how to think. Next. Next, bring up computational thinking. Students begin by decomposing the problem. They identify patterns, they abstract the essential elements, they design systematic solutions, and they continuously evaluate and refine their approach. As presented in the table on the slide, the aspects of computational thinking are outlined on the activities in the implementation, which ultimately give rise to the students' thinking process. Next. Yes, there are these three elements so that in city-based stream, teachers do not merely understand the content, but design and facilitate the architecture of students' thinking. And learning design in the middle is the core of this model. Learning design based on computational thinking. Yes, okay. Ultimately, learning is no longer but about what student learns. Learning is no longer about what students learn, but how they think and how they interpret and take responsibility for that way of thinking in their lives. And this is where city-based stream comes into play, not only building cognitive architecture, but also fostering in awareness of values, responsibility, and compassion in every decision students make. From learning content to designing thinking system with values. Okay, thank you very much, Ines.
Okay, thank you very much to Dr. Rinadia for her insightful presentation and knowledge. It's about computational thinking, that it is not merely about how to, it is not the computation operation, but it is a kind of skills, especially for students of elementary or primary school students, to engage their critical thinking, their communication, their collaboration in the learning process. Is that right?
Yes, right.
Burina?
Yes, right, Bunafis.
Okay, then thank you very much for three other presenters today for their insightful presentation. Now we will open the second session, question and answer. Yeah. Okay, we would like to have three questions from the participants. Okay. Okay, from the chat box. Okay, here a question to Prof. Ke. Prof. Ke, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, Prof. Ke. Yeah, this is a question from Kartika. Yeah, for Prof. Ke. How can primary school teachers effectively use AI to support students in interpreting scientific images while ensuring that children do not become overly dependent on the technology? How the primary school teachers effectively use AI to support students for interpreting scientific images.
Okay, so in regarding the question is about the elementary school teachers for their instruction in classroom, based on our research, actually regarding one scientific concept, we can apply multiple science images, not limited on only one, and we can make use the ready-made images from science textbooks, but we can invite students to interpret it, because according to our investigation, many students, they read the image, however, they couldn't really understand the meaning of it. And here regarding the application of AI to help elementary school teachers to make use of the science images for students to learn or to improve their learning, I think we can invite, or my comment is try to suggest teacher, you can make use of AI to duplicate or try to redesign
Halo.
the other science images with respect to the same concept. For example, Five Kingdoms, if textbook have already provided one, and then we can ask AI to generate the other design, and we can provide for students to read and to do a comparison. What's difference between these two or three images that can enhance students to explore the visual meaning embedded, not only to tell the surface meaning. And that is my recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Ke. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Next question from the participants. Yes, please. Hannah Rosita. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Miss. Okay, this question is to Mr. Chris Sajai. I'm Hannah Rosita, Mr. Chris Sajai from Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Okay, the question is, really interested with the cognitivism, Mr. Chris, because I'm also developing the media that is with cognitivism and also contextualism and project-based and also problem-based learning. So I'm really interested in it. And the question is, but I really know that there are many limitations when I'm using these projects when I'm teaching in the class. So the question is here, interested in this project-based learning and also constructivist learning. However, it often require more time, and there is a concern that despite the breadth of content, only selected aspects are explored in depth. When I'm using these approaches, how can we manage it effectively with losing essential knowledge? And while setting clear boundaries and managing time, because project-based always need more time. So, and additionally, how can we ensure better learning outcome, with the student product appropriately, and also should we determine the frequently this approach should be implemented in our class? So, I mean, we just need to do it once a week or once a month or something like that. It's the question, sir. Thank you.
Okay, can you highlight the question, Ibu Hana?
Yes, the question is about this. The question is about how we ensure better learning outcome using this project-based learning, and also make the student product appropriately, and also how what is the frequently should we use to implement this project-based learning? I mean,
Okay.
should
Yeah.
we do it once a month
Okay.
or once
Yeah.
a week or something like that? Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Ibu Hana. Yeah. And the third question.
I
The
think
third
I can
question,
answer. I
or
think I can answer.
yeah. Okay.
It's
Doctor.
mostly about
Yeah.
how to manage the
Dr. Chris,
project-based
please.
learning. Sure. How the management of project-based learning in the classroom, which a very difficult topic, which everyone has encountered those kind of problem. So we usually think about teaching, and when we're switching to project-based learning, it's a different modality of learning at all. And what I have seen is typically, we would like to create project-based learning for the whole semester and let the student come up with a certain kind of thing that they want to make for that semester or for the next semester. So if the student come up with some project, which is quite difficult to make it within the whole semester, one semester, so we let it expand it to the second semester as well, and let the student and teacher help together in terms of planning the progression of the project. First thing, it is the project. It's feasible at the level of the student. If not, it's the role of the teacher is to help the student to customize the project to ensure that project is workable with the knowledge of the student, and we have the facility to do that. It doesn't matter that the project is supposed to be a success. It could be a failure, but we want to know that how the student progressively learned about how to conduct that project and also what kind of material that they have learned. The teacher as a facilitator have the opportunity to help the student to progress to those projects. If the teacher doesn't have the knowledge of that particular subject matter, we usually connect the student to some other outsider who has the knowledge which student can contact. But right now, what is more interesting is we have AI. We usually ask students to consult AI. Okay, you have this kind of thing that you want to build. So just ask the AI and then analyze whether the AI information that come out of the AI is valid or not. You have the capacity to do that. You have the capacity to dig deep into the question of the AI. And AI can help you in terms of planning whether the project can be finished, whether you can find some of the material within your neighborhood. AI is very capable on this, and I would say that AI is very helpful for project-based learning at this moment. I have done this with some students a lot of time in terms of let the student consult the AI and then come up with different approach. So when the student think about the project, they might have the very solid mind of this is the way that project needs to be done. But when you consult with the AI will provide you with the different alternatives. So sometimes, oh, I didn't think about that alternative before. This is more easier to do. And that's very helpful in terms of project-based learning. So my recommendation is using AI for providing the management of the project. It's very helpful. Let's try this. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chris. Yeah, is that answer your question, Ibu Hana?
Yes, ma'am. And also
Okay.
thank you so much, Mr. Chris, for the
Yeah.
answer.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Hana. Okay, the last question is from the chat box to Dr. Rinadia. The question is, considering the realities of primary school classrooms, where teachers often deal with limited time and heavy curriculum demands, how can computational thinking be meaningfully integrated into stream learning without adding extra burden, but instead transforming existing instructional practices? Dr. Rina, please.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Bu Nafis. Let me answer by bahasa.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Yes. whose name? Mbak Kartika ya? Or
Yes, from
Okay.
the chat box.
ya, jadi kunci utama dari computational thinking itu tidak menambah beban. Jadi bukan menambah waktu, tidak menambah beban, tetapi mengubah cara pembelajaran yang dilakukan. Guru tidak menambahkan materi, tidak menambahkan waktu, tetapi mengintegrasikan saja computational thinking ke dalam cara berpikir. Jadi menjadi cara berpikir computational thinking. Jadi sebenarnya untuk melakukan ini itu sudah ada. Jadi misalnya siswa menghadapi suatu masalah gitu, tapi mereka diarahkan dengan aspek-aspek yang ada pada computational thinking seperti dekomposisi, abstraction, algoritma, dan lain sebagainya untuk penyelesaian masalah tersebut sehingga lebih terstruktur, lebih sistematik begitu untuk pelaksanaannya. Sebenarnya saat ini dalam pembelajaran secara tidak langsung sudah ada beberapa aspek, tapi dengan mengintegrasikan Siti ini dalam pembelajaran gitu, itu akan lebih terstruktur dan kita akan tahu bahwa semua aspek tersebut ada dalam pembelajaran. Jadi materinya tetap sama, tidak mengubah, waktunya juga diusahakan tetap sama, hanya kualitas berpikir siswa yang meningkat. Jadi kualitas berpikirnya. Jadi integrasi Siti dalam stream bukan tentang menambah, tapi mentransformasikan pembelajaran menjadi pembelajaran yang lebih bermakna dan lebih berorientasi pada cara berpikir siswa. That's it. Bu Nafis, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Rina. Thank you for the detailed response and valuable insights. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Again, let us show our appreciation to the keynote speakers with a big virtual applause. Kindly your appreciation with clapping reaction. All distinguished guests and participants. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of today's seminar. Thank you very much for sharing such meaningful perspective with us. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all speakers, yeah, to Prof. Araya, Dr. Ave Mari, Dr. Ke, Dr. Chris, and Dr. Rina Dia for the enlightening and fruitful information and knowledge. Yeah, we do hope that this section also provided meaningful knowledge for all participants and inspiration for all of us. Yeah, thank you and have a great day. We look forward to meeting you again in a future academic events. Goodbye from me. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
That concludes the main session for today. Thank you to the moderator for leading the session until the end.
Finally, we come to the closing session. We, as the master of ceremony, would like to apologize for any mistake in guiding today's event.
Let us close today's event by praying according to our own religion and beliefs. Shall we? Thank you.
Thank you for your kind attention. That's all for us.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcome to Yogyakarta, a city where tradition meets creativity and history lives side by side with modern life. Nestled in the heart of Java, Yogyakarta is known as the soul of Indonesia, rich in culture, art, and timeless heritage. From the majestic temples of ancient kingdoms to the vibrant streets filled with music, crafts, and culinary delights, every corner of this city tells a story. Here, the warmth of the people welcomes you like family, and the spirit of tradition inspires every journey.
Selamat datang di
Welcome to PGSD UPY, the elementary school teacher education program at Universitas PGRI Yogyakarta. Located in the vibrant cultural city of Yogyakarta, this program stands as a dynamic center for developing future educators who are prepared to thrive in a rapidly changing world. Established on July 19, 2007, the program has continuously evolved into a trusted institution in teacher education, committed to producing graduates who are professional, competent, and globally competitive. Strategically situated at JL PGRI Sonosewu, Negesti Harjo, Kasihan, Bantul, the campus offers a supportive and inspiring academic environment, enriched by the cultural heritage and educational spirit of Yogyakarta. In a world where education shapes the future, the Primary School Teacher Education Study Program, PGSD, stands committed to excellence. Guided by a strong academic vision, PGSD aspires to nurture outstanding future educators who are capable of delivering child-centered learning in elementary schools. By integrating educational technology with the values of culture, religiosity, innovation, and creativity, we prepare teachers who are not only competent, but also inspiring. Our mission goes beyond the classroom. We strive to develop educators who are competitive on a global scale, individuals who are ready to face the challenges of international education with confidence and integrity. Through continuous research and innovation, PGSD contributes to the advancement of educational theories and practices, creating meaningful, child-oriented learning experiences that shape the next generation. We also believe that education must serve society. Through community engagement, we actively participate in improving the quality of basic education and enhancing the well-being of communities, both locally and beyond. PGSD is not just a place to learn. It is a place to grow, to innovate, and to make a difference. The program is grounded in core values that emphasize cultural awareness, ethical integrity, innovation, and the integration of technology in education. These principles guide the development of future educators who are not only knowledgeable, but also creative, adaptive, and forward-thinking. Today, the Elementary School Teacher Education Program has earned an excellent accreditation status, reflecting its strong commitment to quality, continuous improvement, and academic excellence.
Through collaborative projects, discussions, and hands-on experiences, students build essential skills for the future: critical thinking, communication, and adaptability. They are encouraged to explore new ideas, embrace challenges, and develop solutions that are relevant to real-world contexts, especially in the field of elementary education. Beyond academic excellence, the program fosters a supportive and inclusive learning community. Guided by dedicated lecturers and enriched by diverse learning resources, students grow both intellectually and personally. They are shaped into individuals who are not only knowledgeable, but also empathetic, responsible, and ready to contribute to society. At PGSD UPY, we don't just educate teachers, we shape future changemakers. In every lesson taught, in every child inspired, a brighter future is created.
PGSD UPY. Cultured, religious, innovative, and creative.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to parallel presentation session. Before we proceed the next session, we would like to remind all participants to please rename your Zoom account. Please use the following format. For example, R1 underscore your name, R2 underscore your name, and so on until R8 underscore your name, according to your assigned room. Make sure the room number match your assigned breakout room. Sebelum kita mulai sesi berikutnya, kami mengingatkan kepada seluruh peserta untuk mengganti nama akun Zoom Anda. Silahkan gunakan format, contohnya R1 underscore nama Anda, R2 underscore nama Anda, dan seterusnya hingga R8 underscore nama Anda sesuai dengan pembagian room yang telah ditentukan. Pastikan nomor room sesuai dengan pembagian breakout room Anda.
Sebelum kita berpindah ke masing-masing kelompok, saya ingin memastikan kesiapan host dan co-host di setiap room. Mohon berikan tanda siap dengan melambaikan tangan atau mengatakan ready saat nama Anda dipanggil. Room 1, Dr. Wahyudi MED and Lutfia Yanurada, are you ready?
Very ready, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Room 2, Hatna Suryantari MPD and Nur Anissa Suprihanti, are you ready?
Yes, we are ready. Yeah, we are ready.
Room 2, Hatna Suryantari, are you ready?
Yes, we are ready.
Thank you. Room 3, Dr. Ningrum Perwitasari MPD and Andriani Dini Prastiwi, are you ready? Room 3, Dr. Ningrum Perwitasari MPD and Andriani Dini Prastiwi, are you ready? Okay. Room 4, Taufik Muhtaram MPD PhD and Azahra Nurul Latifah, are you ready?
Yes, we are ready.
Okay, thank you. Room 4, Arif Febrianto MPDI and Ajeng Sabila Ismari Wanadan, are you ready?
Room 3 ready.
Okay, thank you for the confirmation.
Ready.
Room 5, Arif Febrianto MPDI and Ajeng Sabila Ismari Wanadan, are you ready?
Ready.
Okay, thank you. Room 6, Dr. Heru Purnomo MPD and Arin Yulianti, are you ready?
Yes, we are ready.
Okay, thank you. Room 7, Dr. Budi Harti SSI MPD and Anissa Miftahul Fauziah, are you ready?
Yes, we are ready.
Okay, thank you. Room 8, Mahathir Muhammad SPD and Kunti Ayu Irtania, are you ready?
Yes, we are ready.
Okay, thank you for your cooperation. It looks like all hosts and co-hosts are ready to welcome you.
To enter your room, please check your room control bar, click on the breakout room icon or the more button 3 dot, then select and join the room according to your assignment. If the join button does not appear, please wait a moment or ask for help in the chat box. Untuk masuk ke room, silahkan periksa bagian kontrol Zoom, klik icon breakout room atau tombol more *3, kemudian pilih dan masuk ke room sesuai pembagian. Jika tombol join belum muncul, silahkan tunggu sebentar atau minta bantuan melalui kolom chat.
Okay, before you leave the main room, I wish you all have a productive and engaging discussion. May this session will bring valuable insight and great ideas.
Thank you for kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Untuk partisipan yang bukan pemakalah boleh memasuki room mana saja sesuai yang diinginkan atau yang dituju. Terima kasih.
Recording in progress.
Good morning. My name is Johannes Oakland. Systematic literature. Approach. Has a positive and significant effect.
Recording in progress.
Halo, halo Mas Ari yang masih ada di sini, minta tolong host atau moderatornya biar ngasih izin para presenter biar bisa apa namanya nampilin PPT-nya karena mereka nggak bisa nampilin PPT-nya. Tolong settingannya dibuat supaya semua presenter bisa nampilin PPT-nya. Halo, halo Icope operator. Halo, mohon maaf, adakah yang masih di Unit 1 gedung studio? Panitia? Halo, halo panitia. Untuk yang bukan panitia, monggo dipersilakan masuk ke breakout room yang jadi roomnya masing-masing ya. Klik apa namanya itu tulisan more di bawah itu, kemudian masuk ke breakout room dan silakan masuk ke roomnya masing-masing ya. Halo Mas operator, halo Mas, 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 halo Mas. Wah, kok anu sing nyaut sih.